VR virtual reality UFO surveillance, like VR cameras on satellites, spy satellites. That's a program I should fucking do. So this rotational magnetic energy of different magnetic orientations is really cool. It reminds me of almost like a Searle effect, a John Searle effect, or similar electrogravito-magnetic kinetic devices. You know, certain geometries of magnetic, like you know, things like spinning and going around and stuff, and like generating magnetic fields, different polarities and stuff to generate these force fields that can be used for anti-gravity or gravity control, electrogravity control. Electrogravito-magnetic kinetic control. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. What up, homie G? Hey, have I shown you this maglev module yet? Oh shit, the fuck? Man, that's strong. Oh shit, that's not how Yeah, bro. So you already know that's what's up. This one is cool though, because I mean, could you play with the magnetic fields and stuff? Oh, what the hell? It's unstable as fuck. Shit. Damn, what the hell is wrong with this thing? I got it working, but it's just like a little bit like weird. I don't know. It's like vibrating. It's probably because it's on a soft surface and not a hard surface. I should put it on a harder surface. Let's see. The thing is, normally you can put it up there and you can like wave it around like really fast, and it'll still keep it maglev. So I don't understand why it's not locking so well right now. It's doing some weird vibrational electromagnet shit right now. Yeah, I'll get John. Okay. That probably means he wants to come in. baby boy. I'm gonna eat that burrito now. I'm hungry. All right. I feel good, da-na-na-na-na-na, and I knew that I would now, da-na-na-na-na. What's up, guys? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grandmaster UV Anti-Gravity Science. And I guess I'm also streaming to Grandmaster UV Gaming. So welcome to either or of the channels. And let's get this UFO disclosure party hangout on the way. We've got an ISS feed from about 20 hours ago or something like that. I was trying to choose the most beautiful footage. I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job at finding it, but let's see. Try to find some better stuff over here after the second time around the Earth. I don't know why it takes so long. It should be like a YouTube video. I need to talk to IBM about this. I don't know why they're doing this to make it slow. My dad works for IBM. We get like $100,000 every year from them. Need to talk to IBM. Should be like a YouTube video. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Come on, electromagnet. You can do better than that. What in the fuck? Why is it turning off like the electromagnet? Come on, electromagnet. I don't understand what's wrong with this thing. Oh, actually, it looks good. Looks bright. Looks good. We'll go over like that. There we go. Maybe. wish I could be a famous YouTuber, man. Hopefully I'm a famous YouTuber or something in the future. Hi, John Jones. Hey, buddy. It's okay, baby. It's okay, buddy. It's okay, baby. I love you. It's okay, John John. It's okay, baby. Love you. Clear off the bed for you. Oh shit! Just that up there. I keep meaning to take the multivitamin. There we go. Hi, beautiful boy. I love you. Wait, no. Don't put your face on my drive. Stop it. I don't want you to hurt them. I don't think you will, but I mean, it's okay. I was riding with Jamaican, smoking good. Why does it not look centered? It keeps like going off center. What the fuck is wrong with this? Why is there like no shows on, dude? I gotta find the new shows. You know, that's what I need to do. I need to go look for UFO or Alien or Disclosure or ET or Live. Let's see. Or let's say extraterrestrial. bum. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Bing bong bing. Bing bong bing 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 bong. Bing bong bing bong bing bong. Bing bong a bing a bong a bing. I say bing a bong bing bong bing. I said, bing a bong, bing, bing. I said, bing a bong, bing, bing. I said, bing a bong, a bing a bong. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. We should make a UFO surveillance program with satellites, and I guess also ground-based stuff, but especially satellite surveillance systems all around Mars, like a constellation of satellites around Mars for UFO surveillance. Stuff in the car. I got that pot in my cup. And I'm pissed up, and I got a fucking on $1,000 in the backpack. Pulling up in a truck, Cadillac. Y'all motherfuckers know what's up with the facts. I don't give a fuck. I just got the intelligence. I got all the intel on me. I got all the intel on me. Bing, bing, bong. I got all the intel on me. Bing, bong. I got all the intel on me. Bing, bong. I got all the intel, homie, bing bong. I got all the intel, homie, bing bong. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I got all the intel, homie, bing bong. Homie G, bing bong, Maximo, commando, bing bong, maximum. The bing bong, maximum. The bing bong, bing bong. Bing bong, maximum. It's the bing bong. It's the bing bong. We be flying around Mars, homie. We be flying around everything. We be flying around, we be flying around. We be going up to space with the ESA. We be going up to space with the NSA. We be going up to space with the NASA. Hell yeah, get the funds up. Smoke gas, smoke big up. Oh, yeah. Pull up, push the gas out the Bentley truck. Pop the ass in the cut. I'm in the cut, smoking indica. Roll it up, twist it up. I'm in the cut, homie, twist it up. Roll it up, gon' smoke it up, smoke it up. Cheers. Let's get high as fuck, high as fuck. Hey, let's smoke some weed, boys.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, get it buzzing, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, what, get it buzzing, hey, what, hey, bounce, bounce, get it buzzing, hey, bounce, 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 bounce. Get it buzzing, hey. Get it bussin', get it bussin', hey, get it, what? No. Get it bussin', hey, get it, what?
Good day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
do that.
This great offer presented to me last month. A wholesaler had brought me a property, which his comps weren't quite right, but they were selling the property at $800,000, and the ARV was 1.35. So the wholesaler said.
Choice is the freedom we
some
have.
private money.
Some people say it's the only freedom.
If I become a pillar of light, will my electric bill go down?
That's why this is so important, isn't it?
Very funny, Salma.
Precisely what you said about
It might, you never know.
And I called him, and like
your friend told you, many times we have to know it.
So I asked him, what he had going.
Do they have to be done at a rigid time, or can we do them when we can or as we can?
They're pretty flexible. One thing that's recommended is the morning meditation to do when you wake up, the evening meditation to do when you go to sleep or before you go to sleep, right? And the lying down meditation at some point in the afternoon, and the midday meditation whenever you have pretty. So, but they're flexible and they're consciously constructed in a way, understanding that we live in a society where we have commitments and obligations, and we have a schedule, and we have calendars, and we have people that rely on us. So it is established in a way.
Robin is asking, where in the world are you right now?
Me?
Yes.
I am in the beautiful town of Sonoma, in Sonoma County, and it is a beautiful, tiny little dreamy wine town. Even though I don't drink wine, I love the environment here, and it's a really beautiful place for me to settle down for a hot minute. And I'm going to be delivering foundations.
Foundations, wine country episode. Season foundations.
That's more like something for you, Crystal.
I know. I'm in the wine
That's right.
Friedrig's asking, could you recommend a suitable set of physical exercises to use on a daily basis? Surya, Namaskar, Qigong. Is there a suggestion to guide?
Well, the thing with physical exercise is that first of all, there's always an aspect of liability for us to recommend certain physical exercises. Physical exercises are really connected to what physical constitutions in your age and your preconditions and so on. So there's a lot of different variables in that. But if I were to say as general as possible, yoga is pretty widely accessible for any age and any body type. Like yoga really can provide a variety of Qigong and Tai Chi were also established to be able to be done by the full spectrum of people, right? So those two are pretty good. If I were to choose as general as possible, something that meets everyone, walks in nature, absolutely fantastic and important. You're more jogging or running type, but you can extend it to that. Regular stretching and basically stretching and releases of certain parts of your body, especially when you're sitting in meditation, you're in a particular pose for a period of time. And if you're in a particular pose,
And some people have experienced just opening up to an intention to be more.
What is up, you guys? Thank you so much for being here. We're here. We're ready to do this. How's it going, Eric? Welcome to the show.
Cool. That's a cool intro song. I love that rock and roll alien girl in it. Who made that for you? Was that a personal friend?
Listening to their body.
Yeah, that was my friend First Floor Audio. Go like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Yeah.
Oh, I know Lee. But I don't hear him do like a lot of rock and roll. That's like a little punkish kind of rock. I love it.
Self-reflective process.
Yes. He just did such a good job with it. It was kind of, it's kind of part of the show. But I know I'm going to give a shout out real quick to all of our friends in the chat because, Eric, you and I share a lot of the same viewers. We're in our little family UFOs. Yeah, we are right in there, dead center. A lot of you guys who watch this show also watch Eric's show. So what's up, Dorothy, Grandmaster UV, Christian, Rock SD, Jeanette, Justin AD Maynard, UFO Arc. We've got Paradox Fossils, Mind Forked. Yes, Jeanette, Cat1137. And I think I got everybody. So, okay. So we're going to be getting started. Jack is coming. He's going to be here a little bit. My mic, how does my mic sound? Is it okay, Eric?
Yeah, sounds pretty good to me.
Okay. All right. Just let me know how I'm talking. We all like to, in the beginning, it's funny. Eric and I were talking. Hi, Amy. Okay, everybody sounds good. I just like to check before we get started. I've done whole shows where my audio was just so messed up the whole time. And then I go back and I'm like, oh my gosh, how did I miss that? So let us know how we're sounding in the chat. We want to know how we're all sounding before we rock this panel. And we've got all sorts of amazing things to talk about. We're going to talk about the things that trigger you guys. We're going to talk about the things that make you go, make you be like, why are they going there? We're talking about things we get in Twitter fights about. You guys get ready. Like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and put this all over your social media. Hashtag UFO Twitter. The most peaceful hashtag of all. Be sure to put it on hashtag UFO Twitter and we can advocate for world peace on hashtag UFO Twitter. It's never going to happen. Eric, are you on hashtag UFO Twitter?
I'm on Twitter.
You're on Twitter? Do you go on hashtag UFO Twitter, though? The hashtag.
I mean,
you familiar with it?
I do my live shows. When I do live shows, they're on Twitter.
Yeah. We're streaming on Twitter as well.
Yeah. That's as far as I do Twitter. I do my life, but Twitter Twitter's a hard account to crack. They really are. It's hard to develop a video following from Twitter, but I'm trying. Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, Twitter's hard. It's hard to get in there, and it's hard. It's a tough thing, man, but I think it's good. I go on hashtag UFO Twitter. That's the hashtag I always like to go cruise.
I mean, I've never heard of that term. What is that?
Here, let's go on it. Everyone in the chat, do you want to go to hashtag UFO Twitter as a hashtag family? Let's do it. Yes, I'm going to take you. This is Eric's first time investigating hashtag UFO Twitter, you guys. We're putting him on hashtag UFO Twitter. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to take you to the hashtag, Eric. Are you doing okay?
I'm doing okay. I'm just
doing okay?
This sounds weird.
Okay, so here we are. We're on hashtag. We're taking you to hashtag UFO Twitter right now. Here you go. We are on hashtag UFO Twitter.
Oh, wow.
This is what it is. This is hashtag welcome. What do you think?
I've never seen. I mean, is this like a link inside of Twitter to get there to that point, or?
Yeah. So what we did is we just clicked this hashtag UFO Twitter, and what it does is it shows you all these things that people are posting on hashtag UFO Twitter. Hashtag UFO Twitter is like this huge community of people who just go and they like look through hashtag UFO Twitter. So like Nick Pope's on it, all these people who are really into UFOs. Vinny, all these people that are just constantly posting on UFO Twitter with like every little detail about whatever. So there you go. What do you think?
It's a family tree within Twitter. So you're looking at a group of people that's all on this one topic. Okay, I got it. I get it now. I never seen it. No, I've never been on it.
You should use it when you send it out, when you're sharing your stuff on Twitter. You should put it in the title. You'll get people go on it. Like people get some views on Twitters and UFOs and stuff. But you don't just cover UFOs. You cover the paranormal.
Well, we cover cryptids, paranormal, UFOs, and Mandela effects. I mean, we do it all because it's funner. Because I believe there's a connection with all of them together. So it makes sense to look into everything.
Yes,
it makes it fresh. That this week we're going to talk about Bigfoot. Like when I do interviews, I did an interview with Anthony about his abduction. I did an interview with the Bigfoot encounter. Then I interview a guy named Ron about Hat Man. It's fun to hear a variety of different people's things. Bree, we talked about her past lives, about living, having past lives. All of that is so interesting to me, and I just want to learn it all. As much as I can. I'm a sponge. I want to hear it all.
I know, and I think at one point we will get there, right? But you just have to keep asking and getting closer and digging closer. Like somebody's got the truth, right? Somebody's got the truth out there, Eric. And if I feel like I can find it. I feel like it's around the next stone that's about to be unturned. Look what I got this morning. Telepathy.
It's like a statue, almost Bigfoot-like, almost.
Yes. Telepathy. Okay. What do you think about these craft being ran on consciousness, Eric?
I've heard that a lot, and I believe there's truth to it because listen, they have the kind of tech. If you believe that alien ships are coming, I'm not talking about UFOs. UFOs could be anything, birds, drones. But if you believe an actual craft has come from another planet, the technology has got to be beyond us. And I would think their brain level is beyond us to be able to create these things to come here. And part of that, I believe they can talk to each other. I mean, there's evidence of dolphins are doing this. So if you believe that two aliens can talk to each other that way, that means they can use their mind to fly a craft. Now we can't because we got 10 million things goes in our mind. We'd be crashing every single ship there is into mountains, into buildings, into cities. But these aliens are so far above us, beyond us. I think they learn how to control their thoughts one way. So I believe they can fly a ship just using this.
So are you an experiencer, Eric?
I don't think our brains, we can narrow it down to one thought to make the thing do something. You know what I mean?
I know you're an experiencer. You've told me. Haven't you had some experiences with the ET?
Who, me?
Yeah. Haven't you had ET experience? Are you an experiencer?
Oh no, I've never I have no memories of being an abductions and all that. I remember as a kid going in the mountains, we had a Bigfoot experience in the mountains and all that. And we've always seen lights, weird things in the sky, but it's kind of interesting, right? When you're a kid, right? When you see these things in the sky, you don't really think super twice. You know what I mean? Like what is that and all that. And then when you learn later on in life, like you try to decide, what was that? And you learn that, planes aren't allowed to go over that part of the mountain. They're not allowed, there weren't drones back then. And you just wish that you could go back in time, go back to that same spot when you were younger, and when you saw some of these lights, that you really sat there, you know what I mean? Really study them more, what they are. And then what I've learned throughout interviewing people that lot of people who have Bigfoot sightings, not everyone, but they've all experienced strange lights in the sky and some orbs around these things. Because after we had our Bigfoot experience when we were kids, we were back at camp, we noticed some lights in the sky, but we never really put the two together until we start doing shows like yourself, learning people are having these stories. You're like, you know what? We have lights too, but I never put the two together. Now, I'm not saying Bigfoot is from another planet or from another dimension, but you know, who do we know? What do we know? You know,
maybe he is from a different dimension.
For whatever reason, the mountains, I have had a lot of what's that word where you're like in a sleep mode and you can't move, and you try to do
sleep
everything
paralysis.
you can to move. We
Sleep
always
paralysis.
got that in the mountains, and it's always near a place called Poison Meadows where we would camp. That's because we grew up with hunters and all that, and we've always experienced it. And then I've learned from other people. Some people believe that when you're experiencing that, some people say that could be an abduction, but I just don't have any memories of that. And I'm always afraid to go under, you know how you go under, what do you call it? They want to hypnotize you and stuff. I never want someone to mess with my brain just to see if there's a memory there.
I know, screw that.
I'm always afraid they're going to screw your brain up even worse.
They probably will. They probably will.
Akashi Kreese and his cartoons are awesome. Hey, Akashi Kreese. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. My cartoons has aliens, Bigfoot. It has all folklore stories all in one, because that's representative of me believing that there's a connection. Now aliens, is it because, now I want to ask you something.
Yes.
Because is the alien stuff, UFO stuff, your number one thing, or do you also believe in the Bigfoots and like ghosts and paranormal, or are you just pure UFO?
Yeah, sure. I'll break it down. I'll give you the cliff notes. Bam. Okay, Bigfoot. Totally possible. Totally think maybe some of this footage is valid. I think Bigfoot is probably a very rare occurrence to get on film, though. I think that's incredibly difficult. I've seen a lot of Bigfoot footage that looks legitimate, and there's, it looks like it is what it is. And I've heard a lot of people seeing it. So, and the other thing about Bigfoot is I would expect it almost. I would expect that there's some sort of creature, some sort of intelligent form like you and me, even if it's a very rare form of a species. We're still finding species on the bottom of the ocean, that we never thought existed. There you go. So who's to say we haven't discovered the species of Bigfoot? From what I hear, I've had Sue Walker on my channel quite a bit. She's in communication with extraterrestrials in the Sandia Mountains, as well as Bigfoot. Believe it or not, I have a whole Bigfoot community right next door to me that's telepathically communicating with Sue Walker. Okay, so they're big feet there, and I got to go check it out. But the point being, she was saying that they want to stay away from us. The big feet don't want anything to do with us. Our culture is whack. They want nothing to do with us. The big feet. And so they know how to do horticulture. They know. So that's Bigfoot for me. Like, I like that idea of them being kind of like this break off civilization where they want nothing to do with us, and them also being intelligent enough to kind of live in congruence with nature. I like that idea of the Bigfoot. And then what was the next one you wanted to break down of? We're just getting our theory bases down, Eric.
No. I love this. I love just hearing your thing, because I know a lot of people don't believe until it happens to them. I mean, that's just the truth. Nothing's real unless it happens to them. And let me tell you, alien girl, like I said, when we were kids, I got lucky. I grew up with a family who like Bigfoot. They talk about Bigfoot like they're real. Aliens, they're real. They said respect the land, respect the mountains, because this is their land. When you're a kid without social media, I actually literally believed that everybody thought Bigfoot was real until one day I go to school. They talked about Bigfoot like he's their Santa Claus. It was just something that people made up, and like, well, we learned. And I think that kind of they kind of backfire on our parents and all that for talking that way, because when we saw Bigfoot, Alien Girl, when we saw Bigfoot, we were driving. We go hunting when we were as kids, and we split in teams. So half the group goes on foot and the other half drive. Usually the older people drive because they can't walk as good as the young people. And then we meet up at these rocks, and then we drive back to camp. Make sure everybody's safe, everybody's there, everybody's counted for. And then the night that we picked everybody up, you know, and when we were driving back, and I remember somebody says, "Hey, look at the lights in the sky, way past." But at that time, we didn't go, "Oh, just lights." You know, could be an airplane. Learning that airplanes aren't allowed to go there. But we were driving back on the left side, and I remember my uncle Johnny looked at, what? I don't know if you could cuss on here or not. What the hell is that? And everybody turned around, and I swear to God, Alien Girl, this thing, when we saw this thing, it was not a freaking bear. This thing was about, my watch went off. It was about 8 to 10 feet tall. And this thing made this scream sound that we know the mountains. We know what bears sound like. We know our woods. We go hunting every year. And this thing, that sound it made, we knew that this was not a normal animal. It was on 2 feet. And all of us young kids jumped out of the car like idiots, and then we ran after it. And this thing took off. Everybody's chasing behind it. And this thing stayed on 2 feet. It didn't go back on four. So if it was a lion, eventually the lion would have landed on all four. It would have ran off. This thing stayed on 2 feet to the point when we chased it down, it disappeared out of nowhere. It wasn't there. It's like you saw cracks in the ground where he broke the sticks, and it was just gone. I mean, it was just gone. And of course, one of my uncle and the parent came up, and they yelled at us saying, "What the hell were you guys thinking? Don't you ever get up from a car and take off and chase something you don't know what it is." And we're like, "Well, it's your fault. You talk to us like they're friends." So we were scared of it because we were always taught that, you know, these things are evil. So I blame them for the reason why we got up and chased it. And to this day, there were about 8 or 10 of us. So, and everybody tells the exact same story because they remember it the same way. So I know these things exist, and I just wish people would have more open minds on this. Now the question is, how did it disappear? Now later on in life, I learned about portals and all that. Now I'm not going to go that crazy and say this thing went into a portal and all that, because I believe that the reason people don't really see these things, or even aliens, is because, first of all, these things know their land. They know it better than us. It's like a Green Beret Rangers are trained to disguise themselves as the environment, disappear. These things are the environment, and I believe these things can have like a cloaking where they kind of image as a tree color and branches and all that. And I believe there's aliens, because I believe in aliens too. I believe listen, if you don't think there's life outside this planet, you're freaking crazy.
I think so as well. That's a common thing that I believe.
We're not the only freaking planet in this whole billions of galaxies that has life. Come on. You gotta be crazy. Now the question is, can they get here? And I believe if they do get here, I believe them themselves can camouflage in a way where, because we have animals here that could camouflage to look like a rock or a tree and all that. And that's why you might see pictures like, is that a body and all that? It could be that they're camouflaging themselves to look more like the environment. And that's the reason why you can't get them. You can't escape from them.
Okay, so Bigfoot's real. Okay, you've seen
in my opinion. In my opinion.
So we're taking that. We're going with that. Bigfoot's real. How common are Bigfoot? Are they just like everywhere, or is it just like so rare? Like, how if they're okay, since big feet are real, that's what we're living that reality. Okay, then okay, so big feet are real. How often do we see them? How common are they? It's just like these incredibly rare times that people see them, or are they plentiful and hiding?
I believe they're all around the world. They're all in the mountains. There's huge cases in Washington, where I live now, California, and Canada has a lot of huge cases of it. I have a buddy. He's a channel called Brinks. He's a professor. He's a professor that lives in Japan, and they've been studying the Hubagan. The Hubagan is basically a Japan's version of a Bigfoot. They're just different names. And I remember he was on my channel. He's showing us actual graph about Bigfoot sightings and pictures. And he showed us a sighting of all the Bigfoot sightings, like the map, like the red dots. And then he showed us the missing people, like their 411. And it was amazing that the majority of the missing people are where all the red spikes of the Bigfoot sightings. Now, I'm not trying to say Bigfoot is the reason that people are missing, but I mean, you gotta. And when I talk about missing, these people are missing without a trace. I mean, America, we have that missing 411 everywhere. People are just missing without a trace. People who are not crippled, but a lot of these missing 411s, they can't walk as good as other people, or it's almost like it feels like aliens or Bigfoot, they know the weakest link of people, and those are the ones they take. And how come these people are just missing, just gone without a trace? 1 or 2, 3, yeah, but hundreds and hundreds of people. And if you look at the spikes of these areas, UFO sightings and all that, you got to start putting the two together. Like, why are these people missing where all these spikes are supposedly happening? I mean, I'm not gonna say every missing person, are from UFOs or Bigfoots, because he could fall off the cliff. There's murders out there, but people are missing. They're gone.
Okay, so I don't know much about missing 411. I know that sounds kind of crazy because we're supposed to be really into this. I mean, all I really know is, because I never saw the documentaries, all I really know about missing 411 is that a bunch of people went missing when they were in national parks in the United States. Is that correct?
National parks, yeah, national parks. I mean, documentaries, they're decent. They're decent because I know you can make a story off any person go missing, but when you break it down to some of these individual stories of these missing 411s, that's where the interesting part is. Like, how did this one man who's sitting on a rock that can't walk, that can't move even 30 feet without help, and when the sun comes back, just gone, disappear, no trace, no footsteps. Those are the stories within the missing 411 that I look at. And then you try to trace, like, were there sightings near that area by any chance? And if you look at some of these, there has been sightings near these people who are missing without a trace. Those are the ones that I look into. So you could take a story, but then you got to break it down even more, trying to find some kind of connections. We're all investigators, we're all researchers, and now we're in a good year now, Alien Girl, because we got technology now, we got social media. It's easier to research than it was back 10 years ago. And now, because channels like yours, other channels, people are now feeling more comfortable to tell their story. They feel like this could be a safe zone, and I think that's how we're going to get to the truth, when people feel like these channels, safe zone, they could tell their story and all that. Now, you and I know some stories are, some people, I don't know why they false stories on purpose for clicks, views, and all that. We know that's going to happen, but that's where you got to do your own research on individuals to feel like, can you trust this guy or trust yourself or myself? That's where the research and all that comes in the game. But the stories are there. More people are coming out with it. So when people say, Now I'm getting to hate YouTube and social medias and all that. Yeah, but those are the platforms where people are now finally coming out with the stories. You just got to find that one family channel that you feel you could trust everybody in there. The stories are coming in.
They are. People, the information is getting out there through alternative media sources like you and I's channel and many of our friends, some of them in the chat, you know, because
I tell these people all the time, if you have 100 pictures of UFOs, it only takes one to make it real. Just one real ship and one picture out of 100 makes it real. You just got to look for it. You got to find it. And of course, you and I know, even if you found the real picture, right, there's going to be your skeptics anyway saying it's false. People are, you know, along with technology is the technology to fake things too. We know that. You just have to do your best.
Well, we're going to get into that.
Yeah, you have to do your best. You just try to dig through it. It's hard.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm talking too much. I'm sorry.
But no, it's a talk show, Eric. It's fine. This is what we do. This is what we do. We talk, we turn on cameras. That's why it's so exciting when we have other YouTubers and we all get to collaborate, like you were saying, because we are all digging closer to something together. And the closer that we just kind of it's interesting. The closer that we get to finding the things that we believe to be true and digging more into them and finding more and more evidence about those things that are true, the sooner we can recruit more people in the general public who want to ask more questions about this. Because if we find a true event, it's most important that we get as much actual evidence about that, because of exactly what you just said. No one will believe a photo. They may believe a photo if they have multiple eyewitness accounts throughout a city with multiple different perspectives of video footage, with radar tracking, with a multitude of other things that they probably won't be able to get. And so, you know, it becomes just this interesting phenomenon that almost sometimes feels impossible to measure or prove, right? But that's the thing, like, it's easy, you know. And that is what can drive a person mad.
Yeah, Eric,
is when you keep researching something that you think is truth, and you keep trying to. I constantly, like, if I think something's real, I'm looking for the next fact to validate that that's real. Like the JFK files, I'm always being validated. You know, in my little conspiracy theory journey, I'm always given like a little, you've done a good job every year. You've been into the JFK files. Here's a little bit of a file leak, right? And I'm like, yay, right? Like, it's this great moment.
Well, what have you learned in the JFK file that we should know about?
Really? Okay, so so let's start with the general rundown. For me, with the JFK, no, we could talk about it. You asked. This is the show. We're just kicking back. We know our buddy Jack's on his way, maybe.
Oh, you really studied the JFK file? I mean, that's a subject you do look into deeply?
I mean, I'm not going to call myself an expert. I dabble in all sorts of different things that I like to read about and learn about. But yes, the JFK files are an interest of mine. Finding files from the JFK archive is interesting to me. The history of the files, what the enormous, like, just the things that are going on right now. Like there's a lawsuit right now going on to have the JFK files released because the government still won't release them after this limited time that they said that they were going to eventually release them. Are you into the JFK files?
Now, are we talking about more of the assassination part, like who did it, why it happened? I mean, that part of the file, or there's something more into the file that you're trying to look into? Like, is it?
I found some wild stuff. I don't know how far you want to get into this. I mean, I'm giving you a little bit, and then I'm seeing what you think. So if you want to go a step into that direction right now.
It's interesting to me. I mean.
Okay, I'll go another step in that direction.
There's some major Mandela effects with the car of the JFK. So I've been around a lot of people with different kind of conspiracies on it because of the 4-seater, 6-seater, how the car's changing and all that, and everything on it. So
Okay.
I heard the Mandela effect side of it.
I am so excited, Eric. We've been pre-gaming for this panel. We have everybody in the chat. Everybody's here. Everybody's excited. We're revving to go. And we have got the one, the only, Jack Connor from Cosmic Road. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming on the show. How are you doing today?
Oh, doing great. Thank you for having me. Looking forward to it.
Yes. We're just really excited. A lot of people who watch your show are in the chat, like a lot of the Cosmic Roaders, I guess we could say. Your little community that you're beginning. Let me just pause this real quick. And you're building real fast. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to think. There we go. And I am just super impressed with how your channel's going. I'm super impressed with the topics that you're covering every day. I think you're getting such a good breakdown of the actual like moment to moment things that are happening in real time, because I think what happens to people when they follow it, before I get into it, Jack, because I could talk about UFOs and everything. Sorry, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Is this light good enough? Should I turn on my big light?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you're comfortable with. I think it looks good, but try it out. We could tell you, what
Okay,
we
hang
think.
on a sec.
Yeah. Yes. We're doing good. I'll take the ticker off.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're good to go.
Okay. All right.
We're ready to do this. Fantastic. Okay. Jack, I want to just say thank you so much for going on the internet and making your UFO videos. I love them.
Thanks.
I love them so much because I'm always trying to look for something just for the show to talk about every day. And it's incredibly hard. So I found myself going to your channel to be like, is there something I can see that I could talk about that Jack's talking about? Because you're just on it. So thank you so much for being willing to come onto the show and to have this amazing collaboration with Eric at Paranormal Highway. I did not plan for you both to be on the show in terms of the fact that we've got the Cosmic Road and the Paranormal Highway. I just think it's interesting, the road and the highway. I'm weird about stuff like that. So I do feel like this is going to be a fantastic show. I have some great questions to ask you guys. I thought real hard about it because I haven't had a panel in quite a bit. So this was exciting to me. I'm just readjusting myself. I'm a very tall woman. I'm half Nephilim. So since I was able to like kind of sit down and really think like, what is it that I want to talk about? And I want to talk about with other UFO YouTubers who are super into it, like you guys. Okay. So here we go. We're jumping into it. The rabbit hole begins. Me and Eric were, whoa. Okay. So here we go. So guys, recently a Chinese spy balloon, along with, as the U.S. government says, 2 unidentified objects were shot down by the military. Biden and the White House administration have stated these other unidentified objects were merely private or commercial balloons using an F-16 airplane and a AIM-9X Sidewinder missile priced at almost $500,000 to operate. Questions have been asked about if these were balloons, as the government stated. The government has confirmed they do have the cockpit footage of the shoot down of the unidentified objects, but will not release them. I'm just stating the facts. That's all I was doing there. I wasn't trying to trigger. These are the interesting facts. I'm also trying to give everybody who's watching a baseline because we are diving pretty deep here. So like, what is like, just what are your thoughts about that? What do you guys think? What do you think happened? What was going on with that? There's a lot of questions that people have. So I guess we'll start with Jack. What do you think?
I mean, it could all be mundane. I mean, my mind is open to that possibility. It could all be balloons, but there's a lot of unanswered questions, right? If they were all balloons, they have the gun camera footage of all these incidents. Why did they not release those? If if they were all mundane explanations, then why did they call off the search for all 3 UFOs? I can buy 1 or 2. They're in remote locations. One went underwater, etc. Sure. So yeah, a couple of them maybe they would have called off, but all 3 of them, and all 3 of them, they refused to release the gun camera footage. Something just doesn't add up. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like it's more than just balloons. And because they were trying to blame it on like hobbyists, right? And scientific balloons and stuff like that. Well, no hobbyists have come forward saying that, hey, you shot my balloon down. No university has said, hey, you shot down our scientific balloon. What's up? So what's going on? Something's going on. I don't know what it is.
So the media has been using these interesting terms, right? Like balloon and UFO, and been mixing it up quite a bit. Like kind of what you're saying, because I would say I agree with you in that way, Jack, for sure, that like we still don't really know what these balloons are. We don't know what they are, and we don't know if they're balloons because the media has kind of been messing with us in some ways. Do you think that this manipulation, or let me phrase this better. Let me try to just take a step back. What do you think about the media reporting on these UFOs and how they're reporting these UFOs? Do you think there might be some indication that there might be some sort of psyop going on with the weird mix of information they're putting out there?
Hey, it's totally possible. I mean, psyops are a thing. Just on a general level, they have been lying to us for 70 or 80 years very deliberately, brainwashing the entire public about the UFO issue, trying to make it a fringe topic, a subject of ridicule. All that was very deliberate. Large swaths of the United States, including myself, have been brainwashed on this thing for many years. I only recently came to the truth about UFOs, or at least that UFOs are real and that they are non-mundane. It was just in 2017 when all this started for me, when those Navy videos came out. And then I did, I'm a novelist. I don't have a day job. I was able to devote my whole time to being obsessed with the subject and I was, and it just led me down one rabbit hole after another. So yeah, so absolutely they are not above psyops. That's their game. That's what they do. That's how they roll. So sure. Yeah, there absolutely could be manipulation by the media. I love it. And we also know they have been working with the media, and there are numerous reports of them over the years. They had an understanding with various newspaper outlets and reporters. You need to suppress this story or put this spin on this story, and we know, we don't know where those orders are coming from. The control group, as I call them, whoever. But yeah, so they have been working with the media. On this topic for a long time.
Well, yeah, and then there was Project Mockingbird, which has been documented to come out, right? And we were talking about the JFK files earlier, and Eric was saying, "Are you into them?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, how deep on JFK files do you want to go?" But I'm just going to take that question, and we're also going to put Eric up here because, okay, so the UFO shoot downs going on. What do you think is going on with this?
Now, of course, this is all opinions, we don't know 100%, but if you're going to tell me that the government doesn't know what they were, you're kidding yourself. Listen, I myself have been in the military. Father been in the military. My brothers, everybody in my family's been in the military. When you use a missile, you know what you're shooting at. We've got technology with satellites to spy on countries to the very inch of land. You're going to tell me they don't know exactly what they shot down? They know exactly what they shot down. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you there are UFO ships from outer space, but they're more likely spy drones from other countries because they're not going to shoot a missile at a kite. You tell me all of a sudden, with all this technology that we have to spy on every country in the world, that we can't even look at what's in that sky. The government knows exactly what's in. They know exactly what it is. And they're not going to tell us. I mean, why do they have to tell us? I mean, if they think it's a something that could harm us, we're never going to know. Never. The media is just going to make up whatever story they want. You know, if they're not going to get some kind of information from somebody from the military or the government, they're going to make up their own story. You know, I mean, that's just how it is. So they know exactly what they shot down, 100%. They don't make.
So
mistakes.
you think they were foreign adversary drones?
If I'm going to have to guess, my educated guess would be there's some kind of a spy device from another country, because why else they're going to use a $16,000 missile to shoot down a kite? So it was something. But the thing is, us in America, we do the same thing to every country in the world. We have spy machines all around the world too. So it ain't no surprise when other countries do it to us, because we do it to them. You know, so that's what I believe. I could be completely wrong. This is all theory, but the military don't make mistakes, right? They know what they're shooting down. I'm just telling you that. From a military person myself, they know what they shot down. And you're never going to see any pieces of it, especially if they think it's from another country. Because if they tell you exactly, say they got something that's from Russia, they don't want Russia to know that they got something from there. They don't want, so they're going to make up stupid stuff like, oh, this came from a company. And Jack is right. If they did shoot down something from another company, wouldn't that be free publicity for your company? Hey, they shot down one of our drones, one of our kites, and their sales will go up. It never happened. Not one news channel broadcast any story of somebody taking claim they shot down. If they shot down one of my things, I would tell the world.
Yes, the media did do a pretty good job with hyping this up. And I don't know, so did the government, the press secretary a little bit. She said there's no indication of extraterrestrial activity and started laughing about talking about her favorite movie, E.T. So, my question is, why was the government bringing up this E.T. topic? So much of us and so many just say, yeah, I don't think this is alien. Like everybody kind of looked at each other. I don't think this is alien. I think this is probably human made. Why did they push out these UFO words and alien words? Is it
because they know people will run with it? Hey, UFOs, everybody's gonna run with it, do their own shows. They're gonna bypass what the real thing is. Listen, if they got some kind of a spy machine that they're gonna be investigating, best way to get people off their back is just mention some kind of UFO stuff, and you'll be 1,000 different stories of UFOs and what they really have. Now, there's one conspiracy that I will never agree with. People saying, isn't it funny that they had these 4 sightings and the Ohio thing happened with the train? There's, they're trying to cover up the news stories. Listen, there's so many news 24-hour channels. They're not covering up no news story. I don't believe that the Ohio thing has anything to do with these 4 things, because there's enough news coverage for everything in a 24-hour period. That's just my opinion on that part. I don't think it has any relations to the Ohio thing, because that's one of the things people are saying, that it was all set up because they want everybody to take their minds off the Ohio. Listen, there's enough news coverage for everything. That's not the facts.
Yeah, and another thing is that, if the government is saying it's a UFO, it's probably not.
Yes, exactly.
In the early days of the, balloon gate, right after they shot the actual Chinese balloon down, they were saying, oh, nothing's off the table. It could be alien, and, that's one of the things that gives me pause, and that it might be alien, is that they're saying it might be alien. When it's really alien, they say it's a balloon or whatever, swamp gas. So, it's just something to keep in mind.
But isn't that funny, Jack? If you really think about it, say it was a real UFO from another planet. Hey, the best way to get people to go crazy is give them a little bit of hey, yeah, it was a UFO, and they really had one. You know what I mean? I mean, it's
a mind mess with her, right?
Game.
Well, let's talk about mind games. Let's get a little into that. So I didn't know which one to start with because I told you guys we're diving deep. I was like, we've got these serious YouTubers, they know what they're talking about, they dive deep. So I really sat down and thought about things. And also having like a baseline, right? It's good to give people a baseline sometimes with the beginning of these questions because I watch these shows all the time and sometimes I don't know what I'm walking into. So and I don't know what's like the missing 411. Eric, I don't know very much about missing 411. I know a bunch of people went missing. That's it. But let's not get into missing 411 because I do have a question that's not about missing 411. I just love how deep we could all get into these theories. We could go off about 411, because that's the fun energy of doing these podcasts is not everyone you sit down with is like, yeah, let's talk about this. Okay, so here we go. This is the other thing. I really sat down and wanted to talk with you. And it's about a man named Bob Lazar. So, little Bob Lazar talk. Eric, you ready for this? Can we do Bob Lazar?
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for anything.
You're ready for Bob. Okay. So Bob Lazar is a controversial topic in the UFO community. While Lazar's claims of working on an extraterrestrial back-engineered craft do align with evidence from a 75-year-old cover-up, many researchers have found inconsistencies in his educational credentials, understanding of physics, and ability to obtain a Q clearance due to his shady past. What are your thoughts? Because I put some stuff out there, so I could just shut up now. What are your thoughts about Bob Lazar? And is his story relevant to ufology? Jack, we're going to start with you. Go for it.
Is it relevant? Well, yeah. I mean, Bob is so relevant. I mean, he put Area 51 on the map. Nobody outside of the Las Vegas area, and that general area of the world was aware of Area 51, and it just existed in rumors and urban legend, I think, until Bob came out talking about it. And then he got specific S4. Certainly nobody had any idea what S4 was. He had so many details. He was able to take people out afterwards and show them the UFOs. They were test flying the UFOs on this day. And I think for 3 weeks in a row, he was able to take people out on that day until they were finally arrested or scared off by the police anyway. So how did he know when they were test flying these craft if he did not work there? And there's so many details that have been corroborated over the years. They finally found the guy that hired him. He had some weird name. The hand scanner thing that was finally being able to finally located. So many elements of his story have been corroborated. No pun intended. Element 115. There's some doubtful stuff as well, like particularly his credentials and his education. When he went on Joe Rogan, apparently after the show, they went out to eat and they talked, and Joe asked him, about some of these stickier issues, and whatever Bob told Joe satisfied Joe. So I'm thinking that there were some shenanigans. I don't know if some faked history or some, fudged educational history that allowed him to, get hired in these places. But whatever it was couldn't have made Bob look good, or else he would have said that on camera. So that's my thoughts, is that he's probably done some shady stuff and he's fudged some stuff, but he was where he said he was. I think it actually gets even weirder than that. If you want to go down that rabbit hole about his weirder experiences at S4 involving the beings. But I don't know if you want to go there or not. My own theories based on what evidence we have.
Do it. Let's do it. I want to know about, yes, this is what this show's for. Let's go to the beings with Lazar. Right. Let's do this.
Okay. So, Bob has a recovered memory when he was going into a hotel room years later. And as he was going into this hotel room, he had this recovered memory of interacting with a being behind a partition in the hospital area of S4, and was communicating with him telepathically. And he never saw it. But if he had one interaction with a being, he probably had others. When he was going to work at S4, they would make him drink a pine-scented drink, and they would make him undergo hypnosis. I believe this made wiping his mind easier or controlling his mind easier. So that if he had one interaction with beings, he was probably working with a lot of beings, but they didn't want him to remember. So they made him take this drink, and then they wiped that knowledge from his brain. Because we have information. I did a video a month or so ago on this Lockheed Skunk Works engineer who worked on the SR-71 Blackbird in the early 60s. And Skunk Works helped build Area 51. And of course, Lockheed is, famously connected or notoriously connected with many elements of the phenomenon and all this kind of stuff. Well, so this engineer who was working on these black budget projects for Skunk Works had buddies of his in Skunk Works that say they were working with the beings. The beings were helping them develop a training device so that humans could learn to fly these craft, these UFOs. And it was not long after that people began seeing human-flown UFOs. And I'm not talking about the Nordics or the Pleiadians, but actual guys in Air Force uniforms that would come out of these UFOs. And there's a couple of different instances of that. Not a lot. I'll add that. The evidence for all this stuff is scanty. So you kind of had to put the pieces together. But if that story is true, and he waited until he was an old man, essentially on his deathbed before coming out with this. It's not like he was talking about this in the 60s. But if that story is true, that they were working with the beings then, it makes sense that they continued working with the beings all the way up until Bob Lazar's time. That's where my thoughts go, is that he probably was working with some beings, whatever they were, at S4. But
yeah, and to back up your point about that they have done that kind of stuff to soldiers. Like I've read some stuff where they've given them, like, I think a drink, and they do wipe their memory. Like that does happen. Most people, when I know they get deep into Lazar, that really is one of those things that they do.
Yeah, the government's done some shady stuff, and they've subjected our soldiers to some really shady stuff too. Yeah, and non-soldiers, citizens. You look at the MK Ultra stuff; it's just horrifying.
MK Ultra.
Yeah.
But that's kind of that layer of it, right? Where it kind of starts to get a little intense. And I think that is the thing about the Bob Lazar case, is how much it aligns with what everybody kind of talks about. Like something that if you get, the Bob Lazar said the aliens were from Zeta Reticuli. Betty and Barney Hill said the aliens were from Zeta Reticuli. There's a lot of things that make it really difficult to shake it off, right? Like, what do you think, Eric? What do you think about Bob Lazar? And is his story relevant to ufology?
See, I love this channel because everybody has an opinion, and there's no wrong or right opinions at all. But my direct opinion, I don't believe anything that Bob Lazar says. I think he came out with the right intention, but I think he's just about the money. I think everything he says, I think he's in that group of Corey Good, Jeremy Corbett, all of them. I just think, I don't believe nothing. I don't believe not one thing that comes out of his mouth. I'm sorry. It's all lies. I think they're all lies, and it's just about the money. He doesn't have special clearance. He hasn't, I don't know. Just for me, I respect people who believe that he's real, but I don't believe anything that he says is real, in my opinion.
Nothing. What about like he is into, he's got the lab, United Nuclear, right? Like, and he did build the jet. He did work for the Department of Energy, right? Like they do have
that part, all that, but his UFO talks and everything like that, I think they're just exaggerated stories just for his own fame and money and sponsorships and stuff.
Yeah. So what do you think about his educational background?
Well, I'm sorry. Somebody took a step. What was that last question?
Oh, what do you think about his educational background?
Oh, the questions about, does he really have that kind of an education background?
Right.
Until somebody shows me real transcripts of stuff, I believe everything he says is a lie. Everything. I don't think he has that big of an education background as he says he does.
Interesting. I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by this. So do you think his story is important though? Do you think it's important whether it's true or not?
Well, if I look at it like, you know how the government had the big UFO conference, whatever, and all that, and you know, but what's true and what's not. And we know everybody in the community knows it's just a show. But if that's what it takes young people to want to study and look at it themselves, it's important. So if Bob Lazar is the reason for somebody to look into his and why he believes in something, yes, that's the good thing. But everybody's got to realize, all because you hear somebody speak the story, you know, listen, Bob Lazar is a great speaker. Don't get me wrong. He knows how to talk. And when people have the gift of speech, they could make you almost believe anything they want, because there's people that will believe every single word. You know, they're not good people like yourself and Jack. I know you guys will, you know, keep asking the question to get to the truth, but most people will not ask 10 million questions. They'll just accept whatever he gives out. And but if he's the reason why somebody wants to study the field, yeah, that's a good thing. But don't always believe what you heard. Listen, when I saw the movie Fire in the Sky, right? Travis Walton, about the abduction. I know that movie is exaggerated by Hollywood. We all know that. Hollywood to make money. But that movie, that story made me want to study it myself, research it myself, and find out what's the real truth. So that's how you treat Bob Lazar and people like that for myself. I'll just use them to look into whatever, you know, building these engines and the reverse engineering and all that. Nah, I don't believe none of that.
Okay. So you started this. So what did you learn about Travis Walton?
Well, Travis Walton, actually, believe it or not, before your show, my premiere video for Thursday is actually on Travis Walton. And looking at everything, I truly believe that he was abducted. I truly 100% believe it. You know, today on the show, you know, I had a police officer, a person with a police officer, and I was asking him about the lie detector test. You know, can people pass these tests and all that? And yes, there are a few people that can, but percentage of people passing these lie detector tests are almost slim to none. There are a few people, and you tell me you get 5 or 6 people that they all passed. That'd be the biggest conspiracy in the world. Somehow you get 5 to 6 people to all pass if you think the story is fake. Even the guy who failed it once, he didn't fail it because of a question. He failed it because of a technicality where when they did the polygraph test, one of the things on the finger came off loose. And that's what caused the exclusive on his test. It wasn't from a question. And when they retested him, they all passed. And then years later, they had the brother who picked up Travis Walton on the street. They all passed. And 10 years later, they passed. Now, where the craft came, you know, they studied soil, and there was some growth on parts of the trees and all that. And they did a study on another, I forgot the area. I just talked about it today. I forgot, of a nuclear test site on some growth that happened when there's radiation. And there was radiation there. So I personally believe he was abducted. Now, how far they did to him, I mean, that's another question itself. But the whole Travis story, to me, is real. Now, the movie exaggerated, but because of the movie, it made me want to investigate it and learn more. And I watched the interviews that he was at your place, that you were just at the UFO conference.
Yeah.
I saw a personal interview of a friend of mine who was able to interview him himself and studying his body language, studying how he tells a story. And everybody who tells me when they watch him speak that they feel his body language, at least to himself, believes the story to himself is 100% real. So there's some real truth there, and I'm one of those believers. I know some people aren't, but I am one of the believers. I just think the lying detecting polygraph is one of the key things that people don't understand. Not anybody could pass. I know everybody in their mind thinks, I could pass it. No, you can't. There's only like 3-4% of people that can pass those tests. You're gonna get a bunch of tree lumber guys, blue collar people, all kinds of
Yes.
stuff, and you're gonna get those guys to pass when you can't even get every spy person to be able to pass those tests. So there's some truth there. Something happened. Something truly happened on that case.
I got to. Oh yeah. Well, and I got to talk to Travis over the weekend and sit down with him. And he talked about all of his grandkids, and he's just like he's you could tell he's a fish out of water at these UFO conferences. Like he's just your average guy. He's not going to be deep, and he's just he just it's like, yes, this is what happened. Yes, this is what. And it's and just very transparent. Like there's no hidden, there's no talking fast through it and changing the subject real fast or anything like that. Like it's hey, how's it going? Yeah, I saw an alien, and I think when people go meet him, you get a gauge for people, and you say, wow, like
I believe him more than Bob Lazar. I tell you that.
I mean, well, Jack, what do you think about Travis? Have you looked into the Travis Walton case? Do you have an opinion about it?
Yeah, totally. No, I love Travis. I think it's a great case. It's got more evidence than almost any other alien abduction case. There's physical evidence. There's the fact that he was missing for days, and they actually thought his fellow lumberjacks had murdered him and were investigating them. And so the police were investigating this at the time and able to gather fresh evidence and testimony. So it makes it really valuable. And I also like it for what it tells us about the phenomenon. And that's kind of what I look at is, when I satisfy myself that something is real, I want to see what it means, and trying to figure this stuff out. And so in terms of the phenomenon, it tells us a couple of things. One, it seems like this was a one-off for Travis. If he is a lifelong experiencer, then I've missed that. But my understanding is this was pretty much a one-time thing for Travis. And so because most experiencers or contactees or abductees, they're lifelong, and it's not just their lives, it's one of their parents and their parents before them. It's generational. If you're an abductee or contactee, one of your parents is probably an abductee or contactee as well, occasionally even both, and one of their parents, etc. We don't know how long this has been going on. Could be for thousands of years. It could have just been within the last, 70, 80 years. We don't know. But yeah, so they abduct people, and they are apparently tweaking genes over generations. They're doing something. And but not always. In Travis's case, it shows that they can just abduct somebody one time, just randomly. It seems like he was injured when he came toward the UFO, and they injured him. It's not like he was just randomly injured, but then they did bring him aboard to be healed. And so they do care about people's well-being. I mean, there's a lot of cases where they don't seem to be caring about people's well-being, and that's a thing too. But it's important to realize that some of them do care about people's well-being, and there's so many healing cases of these beings. And so they healed him. And it's also interesting that he met some human-looking beings aboard the ship as well, Nordic Pleiadians. Either that, or they were screen memories. Or not, they were false images of other gray beings, but they seem to be acting differently than the grays were. They didn't behave toward him the way the grays were. So I think they were probably actually what they appeared to be, or at least of a different race. But anyway, so I think that's really interesting. Some of the things we can learn from the Travis Walton case, but I really I believe it, and I think it's a very solid, incredible case.
I want to. Can I say something real quick? What Jack just said.
Sure.
That was so awesome. He brought up about the human-looking ones, because the video that I did today before your show that's coming out Thursday, I brought that up too with my guest that came on the channel. Now, when you saw the human part, and the explanation that I got, like, wow, that makes sense. And it's just so funny. Jap brought that up because I was thinking the same thing, because that was like the only part that I was like, yeah, but why did he see like the human part? Could that be a government that kidnapped him and all that? And then I've learned that there was actually could have been two ships, because one was the aliens did the probing, whatever, but he was so bad out of shape that he will not survive on Earth, that this human looking ship is what repaired him and kind of, I know it sounds crazy. You'll see in the video Thursday, kind of rebuilt him so they could put him back on Earth. Otherwise, he would have died. I'm like, I never heard that. That's an interesting point of view, I guess.
Well, that's the thing that I love about his story, is he wanted to beat up the aliens. He grabbed something off the craft. And I'm like, that's legitimate. That's legitimate. Because I think if the aliens took me down, that would be the first thing. I would be like, no, I can handle this, you know? I think most people would be in attack mode. And so I was like, that's realistic. And the other thing is his experience is totally, he's completely awake. He's completely aware. He's not asleep. He's not in a sleep paralysis. You know, he's not in one of these modes. He's with it, and he's fighting the aliens. And I think, man, that's insane. That's great. And he's been talking about it for 30 years. And I don't think anybody would be in that for the money. I don't think somebody out of their mind, he's got like 16 grandkids. He's been with his wife for like decades. On the game show, they go through his whole family and be like, what do you think of your dad? Do you think he got abducted by aliens? And they're like, I don't know. Like you could tell it's just kind of this thing they've lived with. It's interesting when I've met him personally or just talked to him a little bit, how it just seems like it's something that happened to them, and they're like, it is what it is. And that's what I expect from an abductee more than anything. I expect them to be like, yeah, this happened, that happened, and be able to continuously repeat it to the point where they seem like they are tired of saying the same thing over and over again. They literally have been telling you exactly what has happened for 30, 40 years. This is what happened. This is how it rolled. This is what happened. And it's interesting because some people, their stories do hold the test of time, and they become very believable. And it's when they want to leave details out, when they try to change the subject, when they just don't answer questions, or when they're not transparent, like when you just can't straight up answer the question. And not in a mean way, not like in an interrogative way, like in a kind, hey, we all know each other, we've hung out, like, tell me about your experience.
You said a key thing. You said a key thing when you were speaking.
I don't know.
You said
what
money.
I did.
Making money.
Money.
People,
I don't think
listen,
it's money
in 1975, there wasn't social media like this. So you're not guaranteed to make up a story and going to make a smash amount of money, right? You're not, because there was a contract that the story goes that they made this whole thing up so they get out of a contract. You think getting out of a contract, they're going to make up an abduction story like that? That's going to be okay to get out of a contract? And you're not guaranteed to get a book. Even if you get a book, it takes about a year or two to get a book published and to even get the book on a top seller to make money. All these workers are paid check by check. You think they have time to make up a story just to make money without the social media we have like now? See, nowadays it's easy to do because you just need a video to get viral to get that fast track. But there was no cons back in those days where they could go charge $75 for an autograph. You know what I mean? So it wasn't all about money, especially in those days. I mean, Amityville Horror, that was 1978, and that was a luck that the book got picked up. But it's not guaranteed you're going to make money back in those days. You have to put that into consideration too. Because was the story made up to make money? Well, was it guaranteed you're going to make money more like nowadays?
Well, it's an easy habit to quit. Yeah. Yeah,
there's just one other thing I wanted to throw in there, and that we're talking about what we can learn from the experience. And, what you were saying about how when he was brought aboard, he was fully conscious and awake. that's opposed, many other cases, right? When they have a, premeditated abduction, you're not awake and aware, or at least you're not going to remember it when you are brought aboard the ship. But that seems to have caught them by surprise, right? They brought him aboard impromptu, and he was fully awake and aware when they did it, and he was even able to act against them and run away. He didn't get very far, but he did run away, and so I think that's interesting. It's interesting. So,
Yeah, he didn't get very far. I mean, I feel bad for him.
It is interesting.
That story is. And you just start hearing it over and over and over again. And he was aware, and he was with it, and that's what's interesting, when people can just be totally transparent like that. Like, I would see even Angela was transparent. I mean, she even told us that she did marijuana oil before the experience, right? Which I don't think that's awful thing. We're advocates of the medication here. It's okay. You're in a safe zone. We don't judge here. But it's just interesting, because people, when they can be totally transparent and just continue, you're like, wow, it's amazing. And you can just learn so much. But I don't, it's hard, I guess, for people to share. And that's why I want to just real quick, because I want to let everybody know, if you are an experiencer and you are an abductee, and you kind of come to this channel because you're like trying to look for a place to connect with people. And, I've had some interesting emails just about things that people have been through and how they were able to find us, and they were able to kind of talk about it more. And I just like to throw out the disclaimer that you might not be ready to jump in onto one of these shows. It can be a lot of people like watching you, questioning you. So if you are an experiencer, I do have the Experiencer Support Association link down below, and they have an experiencer support session once a month. I like to throw that out there, because so much of the time people there were like, let's recruit them to be on the show, right? And they might not, and they might just need to talk to someone who gets it first. Because I think if I had gone through something like that, I'd want like a little bit of like a network of people who are like, yeah, this happened. Okay, you're going to go on the show. You might get triggered, here's how, just, do you guys see what I'm saying? Or is that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I think it'd be very traumatic to be an experiencer like that. I saw a UFO once. It was really interesting. I've had experiences with the metaphysical stuff, but I've only had that one definite UFO encounter. But to be a lifelong abductee or contactee, and to have those experiences, and in some cases, not happily, and even have some scary experiences, I can't imagine. I'm so glad that you have that support group, because that is really cool. I'm glad there is such a thing. There should be.
Yeah, and it's that personal experience, and I think connecting with others when you can confirm that you aren't crazy, where it's like, yes, and I do think there's a safe spot for that, and hopefully we can push people into that direction, because we got a lot of people, and I get some emails that are like, hey, like, I think I have an implant, where should I go? And that's all they said, right? Like, they don't respond to my email. They just wanted a link of where I thought the person they should send it to. Because people really are looking for, outlets. They're not here to like start a YouTube channel. Hey, I got abducted by the aliens and we had a party, like.
Actually, where do you go if you got an implant? I heard you say that they actually ask you where to go for an implant.
Yeah, I think I did get an email like that. I think I did. And I forwarded them to the link I just told you guys, to the Experiencer Support Association. And I reached out to them, and they told me, yeah, have them file a report with us. So they went and they filed a report with them. It was totally anonymous. I didn't know. I just told them to go fill out the form, and that I had reached out to the association to reach out to them. See, I'm doing all the right things. Look at that. We got our bases covered. The Experiencer Support Association, and they've got it all organized. It's really amazing. It's ran by Ryan Stacy, and once I saw it, I was like, man, thank goodness this is what we need, because I am not equipped. Like I want to make it is a very difficult thing, and sometimes people just want to get on and talk about it because they need people to listen. But yeah, it was them that I referred them to them. So hopefully, I feel like it's in good hands when I send it to them, because Ryan's a private investigator. Yeah.
You got tattoos? Somebody wrote Alien Girl 111 tattoos, or does somebody got a tattoo of your name? Renee Cruz wrote it.
Yes, we have tattoos floating around in the alien in the ethernet of the internet. No, I don't have one, but we got fake ones at the UFO Expo, and I'm gonna get one soon. Gonna get an alien girl tattoo soon. Why not?
Why not?
Why not? I don't know.
I don't know what I get a tattoo of.
I mean, yeah, tattoos are cool. Tattoos are cool. I don't know, but I do have more info. I've got more questions for you guys. Like I said, I've got to get them all in, because, like I said, the viewers, they know so many of these theories. They're deep divers. This isn't a show you go because you're like, hey, I just saw like some UFO show. Like I just saw my first episode of Ancient Aliens, right? Like we try to get, okay. Anyway, so my question is I've got disinformation and CIA operative agents are a common theme in the community. Many people like Richard Doty, Lou Elizondo, John Ramirez, Tom DeLonge, and more and more and more and more have been accused of being government operatives. Is it out of the realm of possibility that the government has been sending operatives to perform psyops? Or are we giving too much credit to the government in terms of the government having the ability to even roll out programs like a disinfo or a psyop campaign? And I'll start with Jack. I know it's such an intense question. I get really intense. Sorry about that. I like the baseline.
No,
yeah.
I'm glad you had Jack go first. I want to hear this first.
Well, yeah. So, well, the government is largely incompetent in my experience, but the control group is very competent, and whoever is managing the UFO stuff seems very, very competent. They've been able to keep a tight lid on this stuff all this time, and that's impressive. You got to give it to them for that. And they seem to have harassed and probably other things, worse things than harassed, to keep this stuff silent and brainwashed and suppressed the public. So of course they're going to have infiltrated the UFO community. I would be absolutely shocked to my uttermost being if they hadn't infiltrated the UFO community, if they hadn't planted false information among. We know they have with so the whole what was his name, Cooper, was it Bill Cooper, and you're familiar with that what I'm talking about, back in the 80s or early 90s, MJ12, all that kind of stuff that came out. And,
okay, yeah, MJ12, yeah.
Bill Moore. Right?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
And so just from that case, we know that they have planted false information among the UFO community, and of course that wasn't the only time. And part of it you can say is justified. When the UFO groups were converging on the military bases and spying on the military bases, because there was a lot of UFO activity there, and so they would put their agents among the communities and say, oh, well, it is a UFO, because they didn't want them seeing or thinking it was their secret black ops craft. And because they had apparently the Soviets were infiltrating the UFO groups because they were spying on the military bases, and the Soviets could then use the UFO groups to spy on the military bases. And so they would plant this disinfo that these things are UFOs when they were really black budget craft, because they didn't want the Soviets to get that information or to give them false information about what they were seeing. And so they have used the UFO community in these games with other countries to plant false information there. But they also seem to, like with the Bill Moore situation, seem to have planted false information among the UFO community itself for the purposes of brainwashing and leading the UFO community astray. There was a really interesting case that George Knapp brought up the other day on the Weaponized podcast, where he had this one of his sources who was the director of, or one of the directors of EG&G, which is the private contractor company that managed Area 51. And so this guy was one of the leaders of Area 51, and he was saying there was a live being there. And he told George Knapp this in confidence, and George waited all these years to reveal this. And but that fellow, was it Hal O'Donnell? Later, after he told George this story, he was harassed by the Men in Black, and he was apparently forced to recant the story and to change the story, saying that, it wasn't, it wasn't a survivor of the Roswell crash or one of the UFO crashes that he saw. Then, in fact, the occupants of that craft were victims of Joseph Mengele, the evil German scientist guy. And that some of these UFOs are the German stuff. So how much of that German UFO story is actually a false narrative designed by the government so that people wouldn't attribute alien origins or non-human origins to something that could be then attributed to the Germans? So that's one example of deliberate disinfo that they compelled this high-ranking fellow to put out. And so, of course, they've put out disinfo. Of course they have. That's what they do. It's how they've kept this silent for so long. Yeah.
Yes, the disinformation campaign is unreal. That's why it's so good that we're all doing this, that we're all talking about it, that we're all creating an alternative type of media that people can consume, because it's needed.
Oh, yeah.
People need to talk about it. People need to get it out there. Because I do think these podcast networks I do think they keep an eye on them. For multiple different reasons. I could go through a giant list, but they keep their eye on this stuff, and so it's just an interesting thing with disinformation agents, because you never know who's going to be the disinformation agent, right? Like a running joke I have is that I'm the disinformation agent, and you just don't know it because you would never suspect. But Eric, what do you think about all these disinformation agents just running amok in ufology? All of them. There's so many. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. I know.
I apologize. I didn't want noise, but I'm just saying Jack did a terrific job. I mean, Jack, you got some great knowledge. I love everything you said. And that's a good damn good
I have
question,
too much free time.
We do look at the government like we give them way too much credit. And I agree with Jack. These people are not all of them are smart as they seem. And I don't believe because you got to understand, when people get elected, there might be some lifers, but most of them get reelected 4 years, new people coming in and out of office and all that. So you're not going to have somebody get elected. Oh, here you go. There's everything you want to know about UFOs, because in 4 years, they might not be back. 8 years might not be back. So I believe the information is a pocket. There is a team within the government that handles this. Because I don't even think the president's getting into office knows everything that goes on, because they're only in office no more than 2 terms. So you're going to give all your information, because if you give every information to every single Congress and senator, wouldn't we know more? You think they're all going to keep their mouth shut? It's impossible. So I think even within the government, they only select a few to know any information, and it makes it easier to control. Now, the problem is with channels. A lot of channels think, yeah, their channel's being watched. But I mean, there are channels that probably are being watched, And I don't know how they choose or pick a channel to watch. You know, do they have an AI to pick up certain words that they're bringing up that might have information or files or classifiers they have? I mean, I truly don't know. You know, how do they select channels to watch? I mean, there is somebody keeping an eye out to make sure nothing gets leaked out. And one of the things I hate about Jerry Corbell, you know, he's the spokesperson for the UFOs, right? He gets all this secret information from military pilots. He ain't getting shit from military pilots. People do not understand. Things don't get as leaked as you think they do. Because myself being in the military, if you get caught leaking stuff out, you get a dishonorable discharge. You lose everything. And a pilot is an officer, not an enlisted man. They got more to lose than to gain. And they're going to give it all to this one guy, Jerry Corbell. He's going to be the connections. And if it was true, then Jerry Corbell is a jerk off, because he is, you think he gets caught, you think he will squeal like a little baby. He will squeal like a little baby, and those people will lose everything. Jerry Corbell is not a true person. Things are not getting as leaked as they are. Have things got leaked? Of course they have. Don't get me wrong. But most people don't leak things out because they will lose everything. You're an officer. You're a pilot. You know the kind of loss you would get on a dishonorable discharge. So you gotta, but don't get me wrong. You know, so that's why I'm saying things are controlled. They are looked at, because if somebody really did have a real leak classified in your hand, if some channel is really leaking something, that channel be shut down so goddamn fast. That person be arrested. Snowden lives in Russia. If he has to go to Russia for leaking something, well, you think some other people are leaking everything out like candy? No, they're not. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful, because if you really do have something truly leaked out, you got to do it a certain way. I don't know if they're going to exactly do it on a YouTube channel, because if you do, you're going to be living in Russia like Snowden, and most people aren't going to be able to get away like that. So, but are there spies? Yes, but let's not give the government too much credit. Let's not say everything is being leaked out, because you lose everything. It's called treason. If you leak stuff out, you're a spy. And what a treason, that's death. So people got to be careful when they hear the word, you know, classified stuff getting leaked out, because it's probably bullshit.
Well, and
do you mind if I add something there?
No, of course, go for it. Yeah.
Well, the scuttlebutt is that Chris Mellon has been the one providing most of the stuff to Jeremy Corbell. And this is not stuff that is illegal to provide. These were like declassified or you know, they hadn't been classified yet, portions of briefings and things for, you know, UAP Task Force and Arrow and stuff like that, stuff that Chris Mellon had access to. And so he's been providing this stuff to Jeremy to get out there. And of course, some of it's coming from George, like, you know, the stories about the director of Area 51, but the videos, at least a good number of them seem to be coming from Chris Mellon.
Yeah, you're right.
Interesting.
Unclassified. That's why he's allowed to go on CNN. Fox News tells all this, because they're not true classified information, because he wouldn't be allowed to do that if that was real classified.
Right. Exactly. So that's what I wanted to add. It's not
100%.
Right.
100%.
It's just interesting, because right as we want disclosure, we get these people in government who are finding these unclassified footage and deciding to tell us, hey, this is a UFO. It's interesting. All of it is incredibly fascinating. And like I said, I love it when I have UFO podcasters on my show and you guys are deep into it. Because I tend to just like to get a lot of basics with what you guys have gathered in your research, because I know you've both looked into it very deeply. In terms of, I guess, just like your favorite UFO case, or sighting, or some one case that may have just changed it all for you? Like, what about you, Jack? What's one case that you really enjoy that really seems valid?
Oh man, that's a huge question. There's so
I
many
know.
great cases. I love the woo-woo stuff and the metaphysical stuff, when aliens or the beings, teach people how to read auras and, how to heal with their hands, the lady, the Chris Bledsoe and the lady. I just love that story. Is that a UFO? Is that an alien sighting? How do you classify that? I don't know. But I'm just, that's probably my favorite is the lady, an actual goddess or whatever she is, represented herself as the goddess Hathor. That's crazy. And yet multiple people have seen her, and the people in NASA and the CIA know about her and have, they go to Chris because she interacts with Chris and she doesn't interact with them. So this is a real being, an entity. But is that a UFO? I don't know if I would call that my favorite UFO sighting, because there is a UFO connected to it. That's kind of how it all started for Chris. But as far as just like an actual UFO, I guess the Terry Lovelace story is great, because you do get some funky weird stuff. It's a giant UFO. There's a couple city blocks long, but on the inside, it's even bigger. So you get this, Doctor Who, it's bigger on the inside than the outside kind of thing. So I love that. And then you get the military connection, because he saw, 50 plus military guys, human U.S. servicemen and women aboard this giant UFO that was bigger on the inside than the outside. And they were interacting with the UFO itself. They weren't just, tourists or, there for the ride. They were pushing buttons and doing stuff. They were the part of the crew, he says. So, I mean, that's huge. And then we have, real credible people in my mind, like Lou Elizondo, coming out and saying that Terry Lovelace is credible. And they actually just spent the weekend together. I think it was two weeks ago. So Lou takes him very seriously and hangs out with him. I don't think he'd hang out with him if he thought he was full of BS. So anyway, so that's probably my favorite case, is because you do have Lou backing it up, and it does involve the military and presumably the control group, and you do have the weird physics and the kind of the crazy stuff.
I love it. And just to kind of like double up on what you're saying, there are like so many things that people have trouble believing in, and one is actually the bodies and two is actually the fact that the government could try to shut you down completely, say, I'm going to kill you, it's going to be overdone, zip zilch, you're done. And when I went to Roswell, I went with my friend who grew up in Roswell, and she came across this guy, right, that she grew up with, and she was like, hey, Michael, how's it going? She's like, hey, how's it going? So they started talking. And then he started talking about how he was a believer. And then he started talking about how his dad was best friends with the sheriff or his great-grandparent or something like that. He was a grandkid. And he said that he knew that the sheriff was incredibly reliable, and he saw the bodies, and the government threatened to kill his family. And I was taken aback. I was like, did you just tell me like that really happened? And like, it's one thing to talk about it, right? When we get on the shows and we're like, yeah, they just kill him, like it's just kind of a disconnect. But when you go out there and you talk to people and you really think about that concept, and I'm not getting like dark, but like, it's not this everyday actual belief that people sometimes take in, unless they're kind of, I don't know, out of touch with reality. I didn't mean to go that dark. That was pretty dark. Let me see if I can pick myself back up. Bodies, but the bodies.
It goes to some dark places. There's some dark corners in all this.
Yes, there is.
Yes, and you got to be careful. I mean, I feel like I try to get more careful the more I talk about it, because there's just so many things that can be said that can be misconstrued. It's just a wild thing, and there's so many different personalities. But Eric, that being said, what about you? What's the case what's your favorite case?
Man, that's a damn good question because what makes a case intriguing to you. I'm gonna have to say, what was the case that made me want to look into UFOs? I guess that would be the most. When I was a kid, of course, like I said, we seen some lights, during our Bigfoot encounter and all that in the skies that we couldn't understand what they were. I mean, nothing landed, nothing came out of it. I remember watching a movie. Believe it or not, a movie that got me really, truly into UFOs. It wasn't Fire in the Sky because that was 1993. I graduated high school in 92. But when I was a kid, I watched the movie The Last Starfighter, and that movie changed everything for me. It's like I wanted to be that Alex Rogan. I wanted to go to space. I wanted to hang out with the aliens. It really did. It really did. That movie, the imagination of that movie made me want to go up there. And of course, when I was a kid, the only really stories that were out there that you could get access to was the Roswell story and the Barney and Betty Hill, about the UFO crashing and all that. And when you learn, the simple story, I know everybody picks Roswell, but when you're a kid, when those are the stories that were there in front of you, we didn't have internet to look up whatever. Learning about the crash, the farmer, and then learning how in one day you have a sergeant that says, we got something that we don't know what it is. The next day it's a balloon. And then you really learn from that story that how within the story they start changing it and all that. So I know Roswell sounds like it's the most popular answer, but when you're a kid, when you're reading stories about an alien crash and you had pictures of these sergeant picking up a piece of metal. In one moment, it was a UFO ship, and the next day, it becomes a balloon. And you learn right there that, man, they do change stories. They do try to change the narrative. They do use the media through newspapers and whatever assets they had during that time and all that. So it wasn't just the story itself. It was the story that was within the conspiracy of them dramatically, because you would think about it, if a lot of stories hasn't happened yet, the Roswell probably taught the government a lot on how to lie better, on what to do when they go to the next crash site. And that story made me learn about the Mary Island incident, where I'm actually a couple of miles away from it, about that crash, that story had the first story of the Men in Black appearing, saying, no, you didn't see that. You saw this. It was stories like that made me want to look into it more. Yeah, did it take a movie to make my imagination more? Yes, it did. So movies can help and all that. But it was those stories, the Mary Island incident, the Roswell story, the Betty and Barney Hill, story. And what really intrigued me about like the Barney and Betty Hill was, here you got a Caucasian and African American. Why would they lie when people are already looking at their races? Why, hating them just because of their race? Why would they be lying to bring more hatred to them? You know what I mean? And that intrigued me, where there's got to be a story there, because I just can't see them fighting against racism and then coming out after, oh yeah, we were also abducted by aliens and all that, when they're going through so much themselves getting married. So all those stories are intriguing, and that probably made me want to look into it more.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Everybody has that one thing. I think for me, it was the Phoenix Lights. That was always interesting to me. Like why Fife would go back on it. You know what I mean? Like Fife was like, yeah, you're all liars. And he had the alien come out at the press conference, and he was like, you guys are so funny. Look at you taking things seriously. And then what? Like he comes out, I think it's 2 years later. It might have been like 2 months later. I don't remember, but it happened fairly recent after it happened. And he said, I did see it. It was a V craft. It was scary. And you're sitting here, you're like, the politician who lied about it is telling me they lied to me about it and that they saw it. What? So that has always been something that's hard for me to shake off.
And watch, Amy, in 10, 15 years, people in this age group, they're going to talk about the Chinese balloon, and those 3 other ones are the items that got them into the UFO community. You know, a lot of it is during your age group where you grew up in. Phoenix Lights makes sense for me that would be for you. I guarantee 50, 20 years, people are going to use these 4 UFO incidents is their key to get in.
Love it.
Isn't that, yeah.
Yeah. Come on in, guys. The water's warm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fascinating. The kids are going to take this and they're going to run with it. And that's what's weird about it, right? Is like, I don't think anybody really is thinking, hey, they're alien craft. Everybody's thinking that they're drones or adversary technology, or, you know, I'll take another.
Yeah, okay. We live in the age of drones and CGI. Oh my God, things are going to get so murky now. It's going to be so hard to tell what's what. You know, I wish people had taken more video back in the pre-CGI era. You know, we do have some of those videos. They're grainy, crappy videos, but you know, that's what we got that we can, you know, look at definitively is not CGI. Yeah, so it's going to make things frustrating. I heard there was a new program, and I heard this a couple of years ago, and it hasn't happened yet, but people were talking about a new software that was going to be able to tell if something had been digitally manipulated. If there was CGI, you could run a video through this program and it could tell you if there was CGI in it. And that hasn't materialized yet. So I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but I hope something like that happens. Of course, then you're going to have more sophisticated CGI that can crack the program, and it'll be this ongoing saga. But you know, but yeah, we need something like that. And more than that, we need people to experience the phenomenon directly, as safely as possible. You know, you know, because we can't depend on the government to provide disclosure.
No.
You know, get out there yourself and see a UFO. You know, do your own research, trust the sources that you trust, and don't depend on Susan Goff to come out and say, yeah, there's UFOs. There's been an ongoing non-human presence here forever, and yeah, by the way, they're abducting people and we can't do anything about it. And you know, by the way, there's also this crazy metaphysical connection with it also. So all your paradigms are upturned. You know, have a good day. You know, they're not going to say that. They're not going to say that. That would, you know, so yeah. If they have control of the situation, they might come out and say something. But they clearly don't have control of it. They may be working with it, and maybe they have control over parts of it. Or you know, at least an alliance with parts of it against other parts, you know, potentially, because there's so many cases of them actually firing at UFOs. You know, so many of those cases. I've made a bunch of videos about that on my channel. That seems to be a thing. All different. The weird thing is you get them with all different energy sources, all different weapons used against them. You wouldn't think that a bullet could do something against a UFO, but there's actually a case where a pilot talks about how he was ordered to fire upon one of these things with his bullets, and he brought it down. I think that was like in the 60s. So, you know, and it seems unlikely. There's some we can talk about, like the fields around them and how that might be possible. But anyway, so we seem to have this ongoing interaction with UFOs, working with some of the beings against other of the beings. There's a whole big thing. How can they talk about that to the public? How can they come out to the public and tell them, you know, that? So they're going to do this drip feed when their elbow is finally twisted hard enough. They're going to start doing this drip feed. This is how I see it. Okay, they've got a plan, and it's what they have told Harry Reid and also Admiral Wilson, Tom Wilson. Is when they were confronted about this stuff, they admitted that, yeah, there is a reverse engineering program. We've got some ships, and that's all they would admit to. They told Tom there were no abductions, you know, and so that's how they're going to roll with the American public. They're going to say when they're finally forced to, yeah, we've got some ships, you know, oh, our bad. We've got some ships. Yeah, we've been tinkering with them. Maybe they'll even say, yeah, we've got some stuff to work, and that's responsible for the UFOs that people are seeing. We don't know where they came from. Who knows what it is? But we've got some ships and we've been working on them. End of the story. Go about your business. So that's how they're going to roll. Eventually, they'll be forced to come up with to admit that there's bodies. And they'll say, "Oh, well, shoot, we did lock away some. We just did the paperwork. Somebody didn't sign on the right line, and we just discovered these bodies, and they've been sitting there for 80 years. Man, you got us. Man, there are some bodies. We don't know what they are, but they've got some bodies." And so they're going to do this gradual thing over years, getting weirder and weirder every time until finally they talk about people having contact with the beings, and then maybe we'll get abduction stuff and what's going on there. But that's going to be a long way down the road.
Yeah.
Unless all the worms just come out of the can all at once, then we're forced to reckon with it. And
So
that's going to be a scary time.
I do have to go. I do actually have to go. I just want to say, Jack, man, listening to you was awesome. I'm going to definitely go checking out your channel and listen to your stuff because you know exactly what you're talking about, and I love it.
Man, it's been awesome. I'm sorry I talked so long just the last 10 minutes. I should have let you get in the final word. You want to get in any final thoughts?
No, I actually got to jump on another thing because we're actually recording voices for my cartoon that's coming out in 2 weeks. Which involves a character getting kidnapped by 2 aliens out through space, and we got to go save them.
Nice.
So
awesome, man.
with the Bigfoot, we got to go save him with the Bigfoot. So beyond that, Amy, thank you for having a platform, for letting us talk on it and giving us time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure, fellow paranormal alien roadies on the road together.
Right.
That's
Talk
right.
to you guys later.
Bye, Eric. Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. But now we're really diving deep, Jack. Now I'm very excited.
Let's go.
Okay. Oh, wait. So we were going. Okay. So either one. Okay. The government is incredibly smart, complicated, and sophisticated, and everything is so organized that they can run these elaborate disinformation campaigns to totally change what the country's thinking, right? Or they're an inept group of people who are flawed, just like your average individual. And if we take one average individual and we multiply it by the amount of government employees that are there, I don't necessarily think we're going to get like the model that's the perfect organization, right? And so that being said, I think if there aren't any of these narratives, and it's because if they're not that smart, then these disinformation campaigns don't work. They're not real. They're not working. They don't need to do them because they don't even care. They can't even see us coming, right? So if that's not true, but if that is true, that means that the people and podcasts like you and me and Eric and all the people in the chat who have one have a lot of voice, actually. What do you think about, and maybe we can influence, like, I think we were talking about religion, and I do think religious people are ready. I do think most, because I look for them. I try to find like very fundamentalist Christians who Bible-based, literalist, 2,000 years, body will come back out of the grave after you die, will be risen on that day. Like, and asking them, would they fit the extraterrestrial question into their faith and having conversations like that. And most of them seem to have a way to put it in a box, to organize it so that they're fine the next day. And I don't mean by saying that's not real, that couldn't happen. They still say, yeah, that could happen, right? I don't know, Jack, what do you think? Do you think people would, like, with the general public, would they really be shaken up? I mean, I know COVID got us, and obviously I talk about it every day, so I think it should just be talked about, but are we ready?
Some of us are ready. Some of us are not. I think there's going to be, if the can of worms was open today, I think there'd be a lot of chaos. I just learned about the stuff in 2017 and did my deep dive after one crazy rabbit hole after another. And I would come to one brink and I would say, okay, all right, I've done all the research. UFOs seem to be a thing, but They're just probes. I refuse to believe there's actual physical biological occupants. And I would go do the research and say, okay, well, there do seem to be physical biological occupants. Some of them may be clones or biological androids or whatever, but there are physical biological entities. But there's no abductions. That's crazy. Okay, there's abductions. Okay, all right. Damn it, there's abductions. Okay, there's aliens. There's abductions. Frick. Okay, all right. Can I curse on the show?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, this show
okay,
is
all right.
this is a show for the.
Even any of that crazy stuff like Bigfoot or anything. All right, fuck that. And oh god damn it, there's Bigfoot. Okay, fuck. All right, I've done the research. Bigfoot exists, and okay, I believe in all that stuff. But now I've come to the weird woo-woo intersection of all of this stuff, where 30% or a third, of all alien abductees are actually near-death experiencers. And then it gets weirder from there. All the poltergeist activity associated with UFO encounters, and etc. It just gets really weird and crazy. So I was an atheist all my life at that time, and so I started researching that. I started up a ghost hunting group, co-founded a ghost hunting group. One of my ghost hunting buddies did Reiki on me. I was shocked. I could feel the Reiki energy. I was just
Yes,
I'm an atheist.
fantastic.
Spiritual energy, that's insane.
Wow.
So then I had to learn Reiki, right? I mean, this is the force. I just felt the force. Of course, I want to learn to do this stuff. So I did, and now I'm a Reiki master. I'm actually one level above Reiki master. And but so my whole world was upended for years over this stuff, trying to orient myself in this new reality. That's what a lot of people are going to go through. And if you rip open all the cans of worms at once, and you don't have those years that I did to incorporate this into your life, it's going to be scary, and there's going to be some chaos, and there's going to be some people that do some stupid things. And so I debate with myself all the time. Should we rip the can open all at once and get it over with, or not? Maybe the drip feed is the better way. But at the same time, then they're going to be able to control the narrative more. They're going to only tell us what they want us to know. Do we want those guys who have been manipulating and brainwashing us for 70, 80 years to control the narrative? Or do we want to take charge of it ourselves and just say, we need the truth. I know it's going to be a dark day. It's going to be scary for a lot of people. But a lot of people do know about this, and we can comfort them and tell them the good parts of it as well, and that it's not all bad, and the fact that it may be mostly good. But it's going to be scary. It's going to be paradigm shifting. It's going to be world upheaving, just mentally, but also it's going to cause some chaos in the world. And I'm glad that I had those years to study it on my own, investigating the avenues I wanted to investigate. And eventually just investigating pretty much all the ones that I could find, and still ongoing, obviously. But anyway, that's my rant about it. Anyway, what do you think?
No, I mean, I think that's fascinating about the Reiki. I've never done Reiki, so now I'm gonna go do Reiki because you said that. Because now I'm like, why not? Let's go check it out. Because that's how I always feel. Like I always have this fear that I live in like a different little North Korea. And that like I'm being lied to, and I'm being told to live my life some sort of way. And then like on the other side, there's this huge world if I only just asked the question, right? And so now I'm gonna go do Reiki. Sounds a little scary. It's
not scary at all. It's not scary at all. And I would recommend maybe going to a few different Reiki practitioners before you find one, because maybe the first one you don't feel the energy. Or like, okay, so with Elizabeth, my ghost hunting buddy, I felt the energy the first day. I was not expecting it. I didn't know anything about Reiki really. But I just felt this amazing glow all day long. I just felt great. And I knew that it wasn't like a natural thing. There was the force. She put the whammy on me. And so when I moved, I found somebody that did Reiki locally. And I went there and I didn't feel the energy from her, but what she was able to do was she was able to make a medical chart for me. And she listed every medical problem I had ever had in my entire life. She could sense it. Yeah. And and I've had, and she's the one that ultimately taught me Reiki, and she's just amazing. She's really great. And sometimes I do feel the energy from her. Sometimes I don't. And I've gone to other Reiki people who I didn't feel the energy from, and then they told me weird things that didn't resonate with me, and I kind of thought they were kind of BSing me. I think that there's a whole bunch of fakes. There's a predominantly fakes in the psychic industry, and I think that there's far fewer of those in Reiki just because people aren't as aware of it. But they are out there. So go to a few of them and see which one is able to either make you feel the energy or else tell you something that they shouldn't have known.
See, and so it's like finding a therapist. It's like, you know, you don't want to just go with that one therapist. You want to make sure you feel the energy, you feel good, you know, no judgments. Okay. Reiki. Okay.
It's cool, man.
All right.
It's cool. And lifelong atheist, when I started investigating all this stuff and then gradually learning to experience it, it was just incredible. I mean, I went over 40 years not believing in anything. Any spirituality, any aliens, anything. And then how's real? It's all real.
Yeah, the force is strong with you. You felt the force, it sounds like. You found and then you were just
blown
taken
away.
over by the force.
Changed my life. And just the
It's
knowledge,
amazing, those experiences.
the knowledge that the spiritual was real. And yeah, once I started down that path of investigating the spiritual and trying to interact with it, I began to interact with it. I began to have my own experiences. And now I would call myself an experiencer, not in the UFO sense of the word, although it ultimately led to a UFO encounter. I don't know if we really want to get sidetracked talking about my own stuff, but
it's a talk show. This is what we do. We talk. Yeah, I'm interested in all of it.
But anyway, so I started to have my own experiences, and it was amazing leading up to my UFO encounter and beyond. And I just love it. I love it.
So wait, what happened before the UFO encounter?
Well, I mean, the UFO encounter was okay. So I've had that's a whole lesson. I could talk for an hour about all that stuff. You know, it began with this. I keep it with me all the time. I keep it right there. I never have talked about it on the channel. So I was looking into all of this stuff and interacting with it. I don't know if I had begun ghost hunting at this time. I don't think I had, but I was studying the paranormal because that's where the research into UFOs had led me. And I had learned about something called an apport. If you know what an apport is, when a spirit can make something appear, an object appear or disappear. And my stepmother was really into her women's group, the Zetas, which is interesting. Possibly a synchronicity. I don't think so. So she was interested. She was really into her women's group. It was her sorority from college. They had this women's group. They were remodeling a mansion downtown. And she spent all her time with it. She was the treasurer at one point. She was the president at one point. And she had the decal on her car. And, she and I became very close. And, she was my second mother. And, since I was 18 months old, that's when she and my dad married. And she passed away a few years ago. Well, about a year later, maybe 6 months later, my wife and I were remodeling our house in Round Rock, and new floors, new walls. I mean, new painting on the walls. Every surface was painted. Every closet, every shelf, everything was painted. The floors were totally new. So I'm doing the walkthrough of this house. Everything is gone, of course, from the house. And sitting on the floor near the front door is the Zeta tag, which I had taken off of Harriet's car when I inherited it, because I am not a member of the Zetas. I think I probably threw it away. I may have kept it because I'm sentimental. But if one of the painters, for example, had found it in a closet, they wouldn't have put it on the floor. And in any case, the floor was replaced right after they painted, because they painted first. There's just no logical way that Zeta tag could have been there on the floor. And I was like, oh my God, that's an apport. And because I had just learned about apports a couple of months earlier. And that's how it's always been for me. My spirit guides, whoever is working with me, is helping me out. And they have never given me anything that I hadn't read about or heard about, that I knew what was going on when it was going on. And so I've had experiences after experience since then. I've had communications with my dad. I've had communications with other entities. I have had a Kundalini awakening, which was pretty cool, and that was amazing. I had a divine healing of a crippling chronic physical condition at an ayahuasca ceremony. I just had various interactions in the communications. I had a ghost cat for a while. I guess I still have a ghost cat. Just a bunch of paranormal, physical, metaphysical kind of stuff. Amazing stuff. Really changed my life. And like I say, I was an atheist. Okay, so leading up to the UFO, trying to go faster now. So I had a point. So leading up to the UFO, atheist all my life, getting into the spiritual stuff. When I got into even like the UFO alien abductions, sometimes, because I made a particular point of studying what the beings told people. I was just, I figured that's a glimpse beyond the veil, right? We can find out some real information, what the beings are saying. Unfortunately, they don't always tell the truth. But one thing they told somebody was look to the teachings of Jesus, not necessarily the church, but look to the teachings of Jesus. I thought that was really interesting. Again, I was an atheist at that point, but I began to kind of segue over the coming months and years. And, but then one of the things that, when I first came to the spiritual stuff and is this real? Could this possibly be real? I mean, they say 1/3 of all alien abductees are near-death experiencers. Well, so eventually I started investigating near-death experiences, and I did a deep dive into near-death experiences. And now I'm as conversant with near-death experiences as I am with alien abductions. And obviously Jesus comes up over and over again in near-death experiences. And so I was like, well, this is really interesting. Could Jesus actually be an entity? Is this a thing? Surely that couldn't be a thing. And maybe he was a guy that existed back then and led a cult or something. I don't know, but surely he's not actually Jesus, right? I thought, well, I would learn about him from some alternative sources. So I read a couple of Dolores Cannon books about Jesus. I don't know if you've read Jesus in the Essenes. Have you read any of those? Okay. So those are books told from the point of view of somebody recalling a past life where they knew Jesus. So there are 3 different accounts of people that knew Jesus in those 2 books. The first one is entirely told from one point of view, who was actually one of Jesus's teachers in the Torah. And they were Essenes, which is a nominally Jewish culture that lived apart and really did their own things. They lived in Qumran, and that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. They were the ones who created the Dead Sea Scrolls. They believed their culture was founded by the survivors of Atlantis. They didn't call them the people of Atlantis. They called them the Kulu, but it was a great island empire with all this high technology that had sunk beneath the waves. They were founded by these survivors. They had this crystal technology. Everybody was taught how to meditate and commune with their higher selves. And they were the Essenes were these spiritually enlightened, advanced people. And they had a prophecy that Jesus would come amongst them. And I'm sorry, is this boring? Should I stop talking about this? Okay.
No.
Okay, so anyway,
just because I'm sitting here quiet doesn't mean that I don't know. I I am very good at talking, and like whenever I do my own shows, I'm like, just hold it back, Amy. But I love listening, and like honestly, like this is what the platform was created for, was, you know, to go down these kind of these roads, which I do know what you're talking about when you talk about the three different stories of Jesus. I have heard of this. Mary Magdalene was potentially his wife, and he had children with Mary Magdalene. I have heard that.
Well, okay, just to wrap up my story real quick. I'll try to make it real quick. I don't want to bore people. Yeah, so I'm reading these alternative takes on Jesus, right? And so I've got this in my mind. I go to my second ayahuasca retreat. The first one cured my physical condition, which was plagued me all my life. It was a birth defect. It was, really unfun. And so, thank you, Loves Aliens. So the ayahuasca retreat was amazing. I went to a second one a few months later, and I was reading all these things about Jesus, and it was really intriguing to me. Because in that book those books on Jesus by Dolores Cannon, Atlantis comes into play, aliens come into play. It's very new agey, and the meditations and the Essenes and the enlightened beings. So it's really cool vision of Jesus. I really resonated with that vision of Jesus. My second ayahuasca ceremony, I have this weird moment during one of the ceremonies when I resonate with Jesus. And it was this really powerful moment. I mean, I really kind of half expected him to show up. I was kind of disappointed when he didn't show up. So I was really cool, right? I was like, okay, well, this is really interesting. I would love it if I could get some proof that this meant something. Well, a month later, my wife and I are driving down the road. We are just coming back from the Renaissance Festival. Of course, it's, 10, 11 o'clock at night. And we had just seen some amazing fireworks, an hour previously at the Renaissance Festival. It was kind of a long drive back. And all of a sudden I see this light in the sky. And at first I've got fireworks in my brain. But, obviously it's not a firework that had been, 50 miles away or whatever. So, and it's this white object that goes it appears in my field of vision. It goes like that. And vanishes from my field of vision. So it makes one line going in that direction. And I say, oh my God, sweetie, did you see that? And she's like, no. Well, I think we did. I saw a UFO. We need to do some CE5. Let's project our love and our desire for fellowship at the sky. Well, like 10 seconds later, another object, or possibly the same object, appears going that way. And it makes a shorter line going perpendicular to the first line. It goes like that. So it makes the shape of the cross. It makes the shape of the cross. So I'm like, okay, what just happened, right? And so I go home and I go in the backyard and I look in the sky and I say, if that really happened, please send me a sign. And this light appears in the sky. It goes like that, this white luminous light, and then goes like that, and then it's gone. And it doesn't make any lines. I'm really glad it didn't make any lines or any figures, because that could have added on to the figure it had already made and confused any message it was trying to send me. So it just made a single point and vanished slowly. And then I said, oh, well, that was great. Can you do that again? It didn't do it again. It says, I'm
That's funny.
I'm not your monkey, but yeah. So that's my Jesus story. I still don't know what to do with that. That happened in November, and I'm still. I mean, are the powers that be, whatever they are? I mean, was that a nuts and bolts craft? It was clearly interacting with my consciousness, because I had Jesus on the brain and all this stuff on the brain. So it's interacting with my consciousness. There's that a nuts and bolts craft, and there's beings that think this is kind of fun. There's this guy thinking about Jesus. Let's have some fun with him. Or was it something deeper and more mystical than that? I've had these series of metaphysical events over the last few years, and this is, to my mind, the latest in that series. I've had a few since then, but that was a very amazing one. And for me, those are the big three: the Kundalini awakening, the healing, and then the UFO that made the shape of the cross. And I don't know what to do with that story. I'm not telling you, that it means anything religious, but I'm not telling you it doesn't mean anything religious. I wish I knew what to do with that story, but it was cool.
Well, yesterday we did a 3-hour stream about how Jesus was an alien, so we're not scared of that topic at all.
Yeah, I saw you were doing that. Yeah.
Yes. So we did that.
What did you determine? What was your thought?
What did everybody? So it's so funny because I started the poll to say, do you think Jesus was an alien? And it said yes, no, maybe. And by the time 3 hours was over, it appeared that everybody came to the conclusion that he was a hybrid. And I didn't even put that in the poll. I didn't even think of that. Like when I started the show, I didn't even think like, oh, I should include Jesus alien hybrid. Like that's not what that's what I forgot.
Well, man, okay, so the hybrids, I mean, because it's possible we're all hybrids. I mean, there's so many stories about how we were created by the beings, right? And there's different accounts of that. In fact, they've even told people that, hey, yeah, we created you. Unfortunately, they have different versions of how they did that, so you can't get a clear answer on that. If they would just get their story straight, it would make this a lot easier. But the beings, they tell people different things, and it's generally the same kind of narrative, but they say it in different ways. Which makes them very different from each other, but they're trying to get across the same information. But yeah, so if we were created by the beings and maybe they've been tweaking us over the years, we could all be kind of hybrids or at least created beings in a way. Also, I did a story yesterday on the Nazca mummies, how there is new research showing that those mummies, not to be confused with the Atacama mummy, which has been roundly debunked, but the Nazca mummies, which haven't. There's actually a new TV show, I think 5 or 6 episodes, where they do the scientific investigation of the Nazca mummies, and they say that those mummies only had 30% of their DNA in common with humans. David Paulides has, so those are hybrids, are a possible example of hybrids. David Paulides of Missing 411, he got some DNA from a supposed Bigfoot, and he sent it to a crime lab because he's a former police officer, and they came back with it's half human. We don't know what the other half is. And they had a vast database. They didn't know what this other sample was. So it looks like the maternal DNA, the maternal side of the Bigfoot, are human, but the originator male line is not human. So Bigfoots are hybrids. The Nazca mummies are potentially hybrids. The algorithm wins every time. You can't beat the algorithm. Yeah, so we're potentially hybrids as well, or yeah. Well, I am at least half banana, so I believe that.
Yeah, me too.
Who don't like bananas? But like the Nazca mummies, they weren't talking about that. They're talking specifically about the human DNA, the part that could be differentiated from a banana.
Right. And I think that's also another reason people kind of get into it, is because it would make sense from an outside of this planet sort of perspective that we would go find another planet that you and I and all of our human friends could live on, right? But we just need to tweak the human species just a little bit so that we can live on this planet. Because I found these apes. Right. I found these apes, and I'm going to genetically alter them so that we can have a human species, so that we can live and we can continue to live, because everybody knows, that we're destroying this planet at an alarming rate. The climate change is real. So many things going on. Right. And I don't know. Nobody knows what's going on when it comes down to it. But you would think that, because isn't it, we have to get 2 to a type 1, and we're not there because we haven't harnessed all the Earth's energy. I think that's what a type 1 civilization is a civilization that has the ability to harness all of its energy that it has with that planetary body, with the Earth. And then I think I think 2 is like the solar system, and then 3 is like the galaxy, right? So like Dyson sphere is in one of those little categories and stuff like that. And so, you know, and that's the problem, is it's like you have the aerial, there's all these sorts of messages in all of these stories too, where even if they're not real, if none of this is real, there are some messages, like the aerial kid saying that we need to care about the environment. You know, and we think about how we're destroying the planet all the time, and makes you wonder if we can actually jump into that civilization type one, with how it just feels like we've got a long way to go. And then I add the aerial kids saying that we should be good to the environment, and I get all messed up. What do you think about the aerial school, environment, the aliens, all of it, Jack? That was a lot, I know.
That's a great question, because the aerial school is Preston Dennett actually did a really good rundown of a bunch of different school sightings where essentially the same exact thing has happened. The craft is set down and the beings have interacted with children. That sounds bad, but they communicated with the children, and they, not just that time, but throughout many different abduction experiences that adults have had, the beings have communicated these messages about the environment. They say that again and again and again. You need to take care of the planet. You know, you're doing a bad job. There's even a really interesting case. I wish I could remember his name offhand, but he's a real credible guy. And he has this long history with the beings, and they actually brainwashed him. This is interesting. This is really interesting, because he remembers, you know, he's been regressed and he has these recovered memories. And there was this one time where he remembers the aliens took him to a screen, or I should say the beings took him to a screen, and they made him watch images of nature, a healthy, vibrant, beloved nature. And they had like things hooked up to him, and they made him feel really good. You know, when he was looking at beautiful, healthy nature, he felt really good. And then they showed him scenes of devastation and ruin, and they made him feel really bad, like not good at all. And so, and he believes that's what some of the marks on his body are, and maybe some other experiencers marks as well. When you come back and there's scoops and stuff taken out of you and there's weird marks, he believes that some of that is because they're hooking you up to these machines, kind of trying to program your brain to be more pro-environment. And, you know, so they're brainwashing people, or at least in his case. I'm not saying that they shouldn't.
Hey, it's not a bad idea. Brainwash some of them.
We should be better to the environment. But that is interesting.
It is fascinating.
But yeah, with the aerial school, they were giving these pro-environment messages, and they did that with a bunch of other similar cases, according to Preston Dennett. And I love Preston. He's a great researcher.
Oh my gosh, I love Preston. You should get him on your show. Speaking of, your show's amazing. You are just killing it. You are just doing so good every day. How many videos do you put out a day?
I try to do one or two.
One or two. I just love how you set it up, because you got the breakdown of something. So you guys all need to go like, subscribe, hit that notification bell over on Cosmic Road, because it's an amazing channel. And I'm so happy I found your channel. You were going live, and that's how I actually found you. Yeah, something about the algorithm. That's how I found you. And I think then you found me, because your channel's doing really, really good. And it was so cool because so many people on the show had already watched you before. Oh, and they come to this show.
You do an awesome job. I love your show.
Oh, that's so sweet.
You're crushing it. And if there's any Cosmic Roadies here, you know, definitely subscribe to Alien Girl if you haven't already.
Oh, yes, please do, Roadies. And this has been so cool. And thank you so much for coming. And you guys go like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. But this concludes the panel. So thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.